This is good. This is a possibility.
This is,
Jay, you been flying lately? Yeah. Nice.
smoky hot.
Sounds like my ex-girlfriend. Is it criminalized? What's that? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Say hello to a couple people.
Did you see the Kid Rock video I sent you?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, make it happen, dude.
So his
Where's everybody?
whole new album. It's good. That's good. I'd love to go see him. Donald Trump video again.
My brother's seen him a couple times. Actually, he's playing in, here, October, November. Hey, you know you're a hillbilly or a redneck, dude, when you get in a fight in a Waffle House. You know.
Call the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting to order for July 12th at 9:07 a.m. Please join me in a moment of silence on prayer meditation. Thank you. Supervisor Villapujo, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Roll call, please. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Villapadua,
Present.
Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
Supervisor Patty,
Yes.
Chairman Nguyen,
Here.
and for the record, Supervisor Miller is absent.
Thank you. All right, moving on to recognitions. We have recognitions, first of all, for Mr. Culberson.
Thank you, Chairman. We now have the recognition of outgoing San Joaquin General Hospital CEO David Culberson and the presentation of a plaque by Chairman Nguyen on behalf of the board, thanking Mr. Culberson for his 11 years of service with San Joaquin County.
Well, David, it's been a pleasure working with you. You've done an outstanding job. Before I make any further comments, I'll ask my fellow supervisor, Supervisor Patty.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. David's been best hospital director I've seen since I've been here at the county. I appreciate your steadfast leadership. We know that we've gone through a myriad of challenges, enhancements with the new wing. We know that there's been some great planning and, again, some difficulties as nobody had anticipated COVID 3-5 years ago, right? So I think that through your leadership, the hospital was exceptionally responsive and we were steady leading through this challenging time. And for that, the public and we here, the Board of Supervisors, myself, we're all grateful. I know that there's been some heavy transitions and challenges with the hospital, but again, you were strong and steady all the way through. And I also appreciate any time you recalled how responsive and how immediate and personal you were to anybody's needs that called upon you in every experience I've ever had through that time with you here as our hospital president. So thank you for that leadership. We appreciate your time, and I know that there's new chapters and new opportunities ahead for you, and we look forward to, and we wish you the very best, and I appreciate the friendship and, again, your leadership. Thank you.
Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. Dave, I want to thank you for all your hard work for our hospital and for our community. You've been a good friend. I've always called upon you, and you've always come through. And you did a great job for everyone involved. Everybody enjoyed working with you, and I wish you nothing but the best in the future.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Dave, hey, going to be missed. It was very nice to get to know you for the last, year and a half. And, I seen you in person, how hard you work, your dedication, your attention to detail. One thing I loved about you is that if I ever had a question, I would call you, you'd pick up, or if you weren't there, you would get back to me, very, very quickly. And that just shows your dedication to the job at hand, the attention to detail, and goes to your leadership. So thank you very much for all you have done, not just for this board, but San Joaquin County as a whole, and of course for the hospital. And God bless you on your new journey.
David, I've had the opportunity to work a little closely with you, especially in regards to the Medical Executive Committee and attending your meetings with your department heads and listening to their concerns and certainly your leadership. I think one of the things that wasn't mentioned was the trauma center and the success you've had there, which is outstanding. It's the only trauma center in San Joaquin County. But I think more importantly, from the board standpoint and certainly from the public standpoint, you have been just tireless in regards to maintaining the operation of the hospital. And I say that because, as you know, we are always challenged in regards to hiring healthcare professionals. We are competing against the Bay Area and Sacramento and other places. And I'm just tremendously proud of your experience in the hospital staff in regards to maintaining the operation, as was mentioned previously, especially during the pandemic. It has been one monumentous effort that you've been able to tackle on a daily basis. So I want to thank you, and it was already commented on. I always appreciated the quick responses when the questions came up. I also have to appreciate and admire your creativity, because a lot of times we encountered things that were unique and we'd never had before, and yet you plowed right through it and solved the problem, and we were successful in keeping the hospital operating and serving the residents within San Joaquin County. So anyway, I just want to thank you for all that you've done. And as it's been said previously, I know no matter what you decide to do, you will be a success. And we certainly are proud and enjoyed working with you, at least for me, for the last almost 8 years. So thank you very much. And with that, I'll offer this. This is in recognition to David Culberson, Chief Executive Officer, San Joaquin General Hospital, for years of service from May 11th, 2011 to June 2022. and this is presented on this day from the Board of Supervisors. But again, this is just a small token of the appreciation that we have and are grateful for all that you've done. And to be honest with you, kind of look forward to seeing what you're going to do in the future, because I know it's not over. It's just another chapter. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Nguyen, and members of the board. Really honest assessment of what I'd like to say to you is really my commitment to this community when I came here over 14 years ago, first with the contractor with the Camden Group, and then over the last 11 years as a county employee leading San Joaquin General Hospital. It's been a real pleasure, a real honor, and quite honestly, a very tremendous privilege. So thank you for the opportunity, Jay. Thank you for your support as well. I'd like to really reach out to the former supervisors, many of whom are in our community here that have been along with my journey. I want to thank them. County administrators, I think we've had 3, Mr. Lopez, Ms. Nino, and now Mr. Wilverding, so thank you. County Council, Mark, your predecessor, Dave, thank you very, very much for all you've done. Rochelle, you and your team, thank you, tremendous work, keeping really me and Sheila and Annalisa moving forward to make sure we get the deadlines that you need so the board can have informed decisions on activities in the hospital. Really like to thank the employees as well here. You know, we currently have over 2,700 individuals on payroll, but I think I've come in contact with over 5,000 employees over the last 11 years or so, and I really want to thank all of you. It's a tremendous, tremendous honor, really opportunity, and continued success for all the employees here. You know, San Joaquin General Hospital, as you mentioned, Chair Nguyen, is a tremendous trauma center. We're one of the busiest trauma centers in the state. We've made a full commitment to in-house response, and it makes a difference. American College of Surgeons Committee on Trauma have a national standard that trauma centers must meet. We must have a 15-minute response 80% of the time, so 15 minutes response by a qualified provider, a physician trained in trauma. 80% of the time, we're at 98 to 99% of the time. And that makes a difference to the community we serve. And again, I want to thank your board for approving, first of all, the attempt and then achievement of level 3 designation, then verification, and then also the commitment to the level 2 designation, which we achieved in April of 2021, and then the verification by the American College of Surgeons in August of 2021. So thank you. Really thank you to the entire little team, the entire team, the big team here, Human Resources. Thank you, Brandy, and your team. Purchasing Support Services, everybody in this building, quite honestly. Jay, thank you for your team. Over the years, I've had the pleasure of working with a number of senior deputy directors, always supportive of the hospital, and thank you. As long as I've got the sheriff's office here, thank you guys for all you do, not just here in this building, but quite honestly, in some of the unique things that occur at our hospital. And your response, Sheriff Withrow, thank you very, very much for all you've done to keep our community safe. In closing, I'd really like to say thank you once again to all the employees, the resident physicians, the young nurses we're training, the folks that have been with me for the entire almost 14 years, those of you that have more time than I at the hospital, thank you. Your commitment to the community really does make a difference. And in parting, I'd always like to leave with you what I leave with all the new employees when I wish them welcome to San Joaquin General Hospital, and that is never forget the difference that you can make in the lives with whom you come into contact each and every day. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Chair Nguyen, for this recognition.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of July 2022 as Black, Indigenous, and People of Color Mental Health Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Geneva Haynes, CEO of Mary Magdalene Community Services, to the podium as I read the proclamation. Whereas beginning in 2005, activists B.B. Moore Campbell and Linda Wharton Boyd advocated for and succeeded in establishing July as National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month, now known as Black, Indigenous, People of Color Mental Health Awareness Month. And whereas there are many factors that can have an impact on an individual's mental health and their ability to access care, including race, ethnicity, gender identity, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, religion, disability status, and geographic location, and can lead to challenges such as racism, bias, and discrimination in treatment settings, language barriers, lower quality of care, inadequate health insurance, and stigma. And whereas the burden carried by Black, Indigenous, people of color in our community includes stress from the anticipation of discrimination and violence in everyday life, which can contribute to depression, anxiety, and other mental health issues. And whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in the lives of our residents, and addressing mental health and ensuring that every person has access to quality, affordable, and culturally relevant services is essential to the overall health and well-being of all residents. And whereas San Joaquin County recognizes the power of the Black community, the village, and the need to utilize culturally competent community service providers to aid in the delivery of mental health services to Black, Indigenous, people of color in our community. And whereas San Joaquin County stands committed to the principles laid out in the State Mental Health Services Act, which recognizes the need to focus funding and attention to the communities of color who are unserved, underserved, and inappropriately served by the existing mental health system. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does proclaim July 2022 as Black, Indigenous, and People of Color Mental Health Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, and to bring awareness to the unique struggles that underrepresented groups face in regard to mental illness, presented this 12th day of July 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I recognize the chair, Supervisor Nguyen, and to the host of other Board of Supervisors that are with us today. I appreciate the opportunity to come and to receive this proclamation. My name is Geneva Haynes. I'm the Executive Director at Mary Magdalene Community Services. We've been in place since 2005 here in San Joaquin County. We began working with behavioral health around the Mental Health Services Act. In 2005. It was the bill was passed in 2004. It allowed for taxation of millionaires in the state of California. And I don't know if any of you are millionaires in this room today, but I was not touched by that demand. But millionaires were. And across the state of California, in the 61 health jurisdictions, county mental health were afforded an opportunity to access these funds. The Mental Health Services Act fund was really designed to address lacks and gaps in services in communities, and every community was charged with the community planning process. So Mary Magdalene was afforded an opportunity to work with behavioral health at coming together and bringing African Americans to the community planning process so that we could share what we needed in terms of mental health services. So back in 2005, we did that, and a matrix of services was designed from the planning process. Out of that planning process came a host of services that were to be provided. And we were afforded an opportunity to contract with behavioral health in 2007 to work with African American youth, African American older adults, with Sue Goober, with forensic. We were afforded opportunity to work with forensic and the adult backup program. We continued to work with behavioral health until 2020. So it was really our privilege to work with our community as we understand the power of the village to come together and to ensure that African Americans not only accessed mental health services, but remained in outpatient mental health services. When we look at mental health and the African American community before the Mental Health Services Act, what we saw was African Americans were coming in the most restrictive doors. They were coming in, being brought in by law enforcement, going into the inpatient unit, leaving never to return until they got ill again, and then required inpatient all over again. It was our charge to assist them at remaining in outpatient services so that they could remain well and receive wholeness. And so we are privileged and we were honored to work with you. We are excited about this month being recognized and we appreciate the opportunity. We appreciate Mr. Greg Diedrich, who nominated me and advanced my name. He is the Director of Healthcare Services, along with Kimberly Wormsley, who is the City Councilwoman. I understand she may have advanced our name as well. I brought with me a host of staff, and I'd like to simply recognize Mary Magdalene staff who have worked in the community since 2005. We have with us our clinical coordinator, Janea Morgan. We have with us our HR staff, Brenda Jameson. I have with me our future CEO, little Marlon Gale. He has great aspirations and wants to be a doctor at some point like his father is. I have with us our restorative justice. We have a contract with the DA's office, and we have a restorative justice project, and Janessa Giel is a part of that. And last but not least, we have with us our housing specialist, Mr. Wiley Thomas. And so we have come together today with you to recognize this special event and to accept the proclamation that you have.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for everything you do for our community. You did a wonderful job, and I visited with you, and you and your staff were amazing, and I just want to thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. This was a proclamation that I advanced through my office, and this is something that the board had decided to kind of really open up, allowing supervisors to engage and to highlight and to give a voice to oftentimes some of our unsung heroes. And so we've really opened up that parameter, and I appreciate that we have this opportunity to hear from you and to give a recognition and to kind of exalt not only the challenge, but the efforts and the opportunity to make something different or better, to change that trajectory. And so I applaud you, the staff, the future doctors, and those that are engaged and in our community to make it better. So I really want to thank you and appreciate this mild proclamation. Just gives an opportunity and a voice to be heard for those that are in need in our community, and you're that voice and that representative. And so today we have that opportunity to give you some recognition and appreciate the effort from you and your staff, and this community is grateful. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Haynes, thank you very much for being here today, and thank you for all you do for our community, not just here in Stockton, but the entire San Joaquin County. And if you watch the board meeting, or anybody watches our board meeting, you know, we have prioritized mental health because mental health is so important. And I think people see that mostly after the last 2 years that we've had to deal with COVID, and you've seen the mental health problems that we had throughout their community. And just to ensure that every person has access to quality, affordable, and relevant services. So thank you very much for all you do, and God bless you.
Thank you.
As Vice Chair Rickman talks about, mental health is one of our top priorities, not just for the African American community, but certainly the entire county. And I going back to 2005, when you began, I'm sure you've seen a lot of changes that have occurred. And unfortunately today, we have greater challenges, as you know, with substance abuse and certainly homelessness and all those. But I think, from my vantage point, the one thing that I always appreciate about organizations like yours is that, oftentimes we talk about the operations, the mechanics of what things happen. The reality is, through yourself, through your staff, what's really happened is you've changed lives. And oftentimes, from our perspective, we look at numbers, we look at, statistics and percentages and things like that. But where you're at, you're actually dealing with individuals, with people who actually desperately need your help. And by giving that to them, you have really changed not only their lives, but the lives of those around them, family, friends, etc. And so I want to thank you and your staff for their efforts, because you do make a difference. And sometimes, we have grand plans and we talk about these large programs, but when we look at our population, we need to touch each individual, and each individual is a victory, not numbers, etc. So I want to thank you certainly for your efforts. And over that period of time, and David touched upon his experience in regards to the hospital. Someday it will be interesting to see how many people that you and your staff have affected, because I'm sure it's hundreds, if not thousands, and that's really the key. So there's a big difference in our community because of your efforts, and I want to congratulate you not only for what you've done, but what you're going to do, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
Thank you.
So let me provide this proclamation to you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have the proclamation of July 17th through the 23rd, 2022 as pretrial, probation, and parole supervision week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Probation Officer Steve Jackson to the podium as I read the proclamation. Whereas community corrections is an essential part of the justice system, and whereas community corrections professionals uphold the law with dignity while recognizing the right of the public to be safeguarded from criminal activity, and whereas community corrections professionals are responsible for supervising adult and juvenile offenders in the community, and whereas community corrections professionals are trained professionals who provide services and referrals for offenders, and whereas community corrections professionals work in partnership with community agencies and groups, and whereas community corrections professionals promote prevention, intervention, and advocacy, and whereas community corrections professionals provide services, support, and protection for victims, and advocate community and restorative justice, and whereas community corrections professionals are a true force for positive change in their communities. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim July 17th through the 23rd, 2022 as pretrial, probation, and parole supervision week in San Joaquin County, and encourage all citizens to honor these community corrections professionals and to recognize their achievements. Presented this 12th day of July, 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Chief Jackson, you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Nguyen and members of the board, for the support and the proclamation of pretrial, probation, and services week. Last year I touched on the many hats that our officers and staff wear, and some of that's described in the proclamation itself. I really wanted to take a different direction today and really, say thank you and recognize our probation officers and our staff for their dedication to a profession that undergoes and continually goes through change and legislative reform. I can't explain how grateful I am and thankful I am for their efforts and their commitment to their profession and to their job in supporting victims, increasing public safety, and reducing recidivism. So from all of us at the Probation Department, we appreciate the proclamation and we appreciate the board's support.
Thank you, Chief. Supervisor Patty.
Yes, thank you again, Chairman. Chief Jackson, you're doing a fantastic job. I know that I hear from the rank and file, the boots on the ground, the myriad of staff members that I've had the opportunity and the pleasure to meet, their professionalism, their commitment, their dedication to making a difference in the community and helping people, offering a gateway to people's new lives and new opportunities. I really want to compliment, I think, from the top down and before you, Chief James, as well as yourself and that continuity and even bringing to the next level of engagement and what's possible in people's lives. But again, having the support and working with the staff that you have and their appreciation for you is representative of a really well-run department, and based on the outcome, and when I see the reports and how the recidivism rate is much better, and we keep accomplishing new benchmarks, it's a testament to the dedication from you and your staff. So thank you. It pays off, and we appreciate you.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Chief Jackson, I just want to commend you and your officers and your staff. You guys do an amazing job for our community. It's a tough job. I have a lot of good friends that are correctional officers and probation and so forth. And you guys, it's a job well done. Congratulations.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, great to see you again. Thank you very much. It's an honor and long overdue to recognize this week as pretrial probation and parole week. You got to have a tough job, and like you mentioned, the job changes constantly. And we appreciate the boots on the ground, the men and women who go out there every single day to keep our community safe. So again, please, thank the men and women of your department for us, and thank you for the great job that you continue to do. So God bless you.
Well, Chief, I want to certainly commend you for your leadership and certainly your staff. But I think one of the things that strikes me in regards to probation and parole and all the other, programs that you offer, the criminal justice system has many different elements. Probation is one that creates that turning point in one's life, the fork in the road, so to speak. And so you have an opportunity to take individuals that can go one way or the other. And it's by your efforts and your staff that you make a difference in their lives. And I know that it can be very challenging because there's a lot of elements that you deal with. But I think more importantly, I can't help but think as probably us, serving, the county residents, is that the reward and satisfaction of seeing the successes. There'll always be failures. We'll never be 100% perfect in anything. But those that we make a difference in, those that you see that came through your system and then went on to be successful in whatever, path they took, that's got to make you feel good. And I know it's not about money and benefits. It's about the job and making young people better in their future. So again, thank you, and thank your staff for all they do. Okay, moving on in the agenda to public comment. Public comments on matters within jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and any matters listed on the minutes, appointments, consent agenda, or closed session may be completed either in board chambers verbally or in writing. The persons wishing to address the board in person may complete the public comment card, which I assume I already have some, which is located in the back of the board chambers near the entrance. This form can be obtained through the Board of Supervisors, etc. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Person wishing to address the board in writing may submit, obviously online, which I'm sure we probably have some. So with that said, I will move forward to the cards I have. Joe Farrar.
Ladies and gentlemen present, members of the board, I frequently recently observed the election that just took place, received public documents and information a group of us looked over, and there was a lot of material inconsistencies. I have a list here of 34 of them. Basically what happened was, one of the most glaring examples is the insurance commissioner race, which I conclude here is the percentage of valid cast votes for this race to ballots delivered is 106.5%. We can infer that at least 6.5% of these votes counted in the amount of 919 votes for the race should not exist because they exceed 100. This goes on for a while. That was a county-wide race. There was, I think, at least 5 or so that were county-wide that this happened at. There was reports that were made where you could look in between and see what happened. From the first port to the second port, all the way to the seventh. There was a lot of increases in votes that were just like that for these races. And I wanted to make you guys aware of that. Also, there was the amounts delivered that the registrar had listed on their documents. Basically, basically there was, this is a certain amount that was valid and it was accepted, a certain percentage of total delivered, right? Say 96, say 95, whatever percent, right? And they all varied on 5 of these specific races that I was looking at, in addition to what I was talking about here. They were all different from one another. And then, what happened was the overvotes and the undervotes, which are essentially the total of those are votes that are tossed out, that aren't counted, all had different amounts, right? But they all seemed to plug to the number 17,902 in total votes, 5 of them. Statistically impossible. So in looking at this, I've been an accountant by trade, public accountant for a while. I don't really do that now, but I still keep up on it, and look at things. And that was pretty blaring to me that something's wrong here. There's, a whole instance here of 95 votes got counted in a period of 3 hours when observations showed people working hard and continual. So what I would like to ask you guys to do is to really strongly consider not certifying this election until further review. I think there's so much in here, and there's 34 points, and I'd like to submit this to the record if I may.
That's fine.
Thank you. All right, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Rhonda Premizik, is that correct?
Good morning. I have a reading from the Word of God, Psalm 29, and the Word tells us that the Word is alive and active, sharper than a two-edged sword. Whoever remains stiff-necked after many rebukes will suddenly be destroyed without remedy. When the righteous thrive, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, the people groan. By justice, a king gives a country stability, but those who are greedy for bribes tear it down. Those who flatter their neighbors are spreading nets for their feet. Evildoers are shared by their own sin, but the righteous shout for joy and are glad. The righteous care about justice for the poor, but the wicked have no such concern. Mockers stir up a city, but the wise turn away anger. If a wise person goes to court with a fool, the fool rages and scoffs, and there is no peace. The bloodthirsty hate of a person of integrity and seek to kill the upright. Fools give full vent to their rage, but the wise bring calm in the end. If a ruler listens to lies, all of his officials become wicked. The poor and the oppressed have seen this in common. The Lord gives sight to the eyes of both. If a king judges the poor with fairness, his throne will be established forever. A rod and a rampart impart wisdom, but a child left undisciplined disgraces his mother. When the wicked thrive, so does sin, but The righteous will see their downfall. Discipline your children, and they will give you peace. They will bring you the delights you desire. Where there is no revelation, people cast off restraint. But blessed is the one who heeds wisdom's instruction. Servants cannot be corrected by mere words. Though they understand, they will not respond. Do you see someone who speaks in haste? There is more hope for a fool than for them. A servant pampered from youth will turn out to be insolvent. An angry person stirs up conflict, and a hot-tempered person commits sins. Pride brings a person down, but the low in spirit gains honor. The accomplices of thieves are their own enemies, but they are put under oath and dare not testify. The fear of man will prove to be a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe. Many seek an audience with a ruler, but it is from the Lord that one gets justice. The righteous detest the dishonest, and the wicked detest the upright. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly Moore.
Good morning. My name is Holly Moore, and I'm part of the Election Integrity Committee for the San Joaquin County GOP. We all want clean elections. Recently, we met with Dr. Douglas Frank, who is a mathematician and data analyst specializing in election fraud. He works with Mike Lindell and Seth Keschel to clean up our elections by showing patterns of voting data and seeing where the greatest breaches of election security lie. Dr. Frank has analyzed all the counties in the United States, and he says that there are three top things which contribute to election fraud. And what are these three things? Drop boxes, voting machines, and dirty rolls. These are problems all over the United States, not just here in San Joaquin County. But things are beginning to change for the better. Just the other day, the state of Wisconsin decided that drop boxes are illegal. Why? Because they facilitate massive corruption, fake votes, and trafficking mules. Drop boxes are largely unmonitored, so of course that's where the cheating happens. And that happened here in San Joaquin County. Would you just leave a wad of money on the street and not expect it to be stolen? That's what's happening when our votes are left unmonitored with no chain of custody at drop boxes. Our votes are being stolen. And we can't just say, well, we have to follow what the state election code says, because we don't have to. There are things that we can do, and here's the solution. The county sheriff has incredible power under the Constitution. He is effectively the president of this county. He can personally cancel the crooked state laws and federal laws too, by the way, that allow our voices and votes to be stolen. No state law overrides him. His primary job is to protect and enforce the Constitution and make sure it is being followed in San Joaquin County. For a start, the Constitution says voting day, not voting month, like we have in California. Your job is to work with the sheriff enforcing constitutional laws, which override Shirley Weber, Alex Padilla. Alex Padilla, by the way, worked with for Dominion voting systems, by the way, if you didn't know that, which is like the most corrupt system, and the bad laws that California has on the books. If any California laws go against the Constitution, they cannot stand and will not and should not be enforced here in San Joaquin County. You must partner with the sheriff to do this. This is the greatest problem, having our votes stolen, facing our country. All of our nation's troubles stem from stolen elections, but you are part of the solution. My expectation as a citizen of this county is that you personally seek to wipe out all forms of voter fraud. This will take an enormous amount of guts and courage on your part as you go against the state machine, and in doing so, you may set a precedent in California. Are you ready for bulletproof elections? We are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jody Graham.
Good morning, Chairman Wynn and members of the board. Thank you for your formation of the Election Review Committee. I understand that the ROV will be purchasing new machines and that's already been budgeted. I respectfully request that you let the newly formed committee conduct its investigations and review of our election process before any machine purchases are made. I think that that sends the message to the committee, the newly formed committee, that their work will make a difference. Okay. And that's all. So if you would please hold off on any big decisions before the committee has a chance to report its findings formally to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Uni. Thank you.
Good morning, board. You're used to seeing me here. So I am actually going to talk about the 2020 election a little bit, just to give you some history. So if you've heard of CTCL, which is the Center for Tech and Civic Life, $327 million was donated to this organization to be funneled to the counties in the United States. Interesting enough, those funds came from Patricia Chan and Mark Zuckerberg. And our county got $584,000 of that money. With that, it had to be non-budgeted items, which you had purchased, or the ROV purchased, rental cars, cell phones, and the drop boxes. So I would ask you that you go back and look. Did you know that? Zuckerberg is not anyone's friend. He's trying to make the democracy win. We are not a democracy. We are a republic. And we need to start there, and has it continued now? There was over 1,000 mules in our county in 2020, and I'm sure it continued. So again, we're just going to ask, please look into it. We all want the elections, whether we're independent, we're Republican, we're Democrat. We want fair elections. So Olivia Hell, she was talking about the low voter turnout. That's one of the reasons, because everybody thinks their vote does not count. And that is why. Thank you.
Don Moyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. I'm here to try to address what I perceive to be a wrong. I represent Hoffman Brothers Harvesting Incorporated. They're not on the agenda, of course, so you can't take action today. They purchased a piece of property that had been zoned, as near as I can determine, it had been zoned heavy industrial, M1, way back in 1960. And when they purchased the property in 1982, they checked with their realtors, they checked with the county, and the zoning was heavy industrial M2. Somewhere in later years, the zoning changed. Nobody knows how, but somehow the zoning got changed to IW, which is essentially warehousing. In 1983, the Hoffman Brothers got a development permit, DP number 83-56, that gave them permission to operate on the property. And what they do, what they've done since 1982, is they harvest crops for farmers. 100% of what they do is agriculture in nature. And they have repair shops, they have harvesting machines, they have an on-site caretaker residence, and they have a fleet of trucks. So when they harvest the crops, be it tomatoes or beans or beets or whatever kind of crop it might be, corn, wheat, once they harvest the crops, then they get the crops through the food processing plants, to the canneries and food processing plants. And everything, they went along fat, dumb, and happy for 30, almost 40 years. And in approximately 2019, they began getting citations from the Community Development Department of San Joaquin County. And they got busted in 2019, Section 9-1905.8 of San Joaquin County Code, operating without land use permits. If you remember what I just said, they got a land use permit back in 1983, so they did in fact have a land use permit, a development permit. And a series of enforcement actions have occurred since that time. In June of 2021, they got a notice of violation and an order to abate. They got a hold of me shortly thereafter. And I've met several times with Director Kwong, and he said, basically, Well, under the IW zoning, you can apply for a permit, you can apply for a site approval, and if you just hire an engineer and come in with a site approval, we can process the site approval for you. And I'm sorry, is my time up?
30 seconds.
Okay. The county community development department said you must sign this consent agreement, or excuse me, I'm trying to, what do we call this? Compliance agreement. We're going to comply with the law, and you must sign it by July 18. Well, during this period of time, the Hoffman brothers, one of the Hoffman brothers just threw up a hand and said, I can't take it anymore. I quit. And he sold his house and he moved to Texas. And this family partnership that's been going on for 40 years is now being destroyed. And we'd like to ask that that July 18 deadline be extended to December 1 so they have proper time. You agendize this at your next regular meeting so that we can discuss this and examine some of these issues in depth and give them the time that they need to dismantle their corporations and come into compliance. And that's what I'm requesting. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer any questions. Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Knott.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board. My name is Melanie Knott, as someone announced, and I'm here to speak about election integrity. I'll probably yield back some of my time because we've had a lot of people give a lot of good information in regards to election integrity here in our county. I guess what I really want to say is that as a citizen of California and as a resident of Stockton in the San Joaquin Valley, never more than now have I looked at and tried to do research and study and learn things about our election, things that are going on in our world and in our society and here in California. And I'm concerned, and specifically in regards to our election. If we don't have fair and honest elections, we don't have a state, we don't have a county, we don't have a country. And when I look at that, I've traveled out of the state, I've traveled out of the country, and I believe we live in the best country. We live in the best country. But if we don't stand up and speak about some of these things that we've seen, and at least look, do the research, bring people in, look at the numbers. There's people telling you the numbers don't look right. There's things that don't look right. We've got people who are walking out here putting hundreds of ballots in, and it's just one person. Is my vote counting? I would hope my vote counts. But right now, with all the information that I'm learning, I'm understanding that my vote maybe not count. And you folks have been elected to represent me. The people of San Joaquin County, you've been elected. Please, I'm a resident of Stockton. I'm a resident of San Joaquin County. I'm asking you, please take a look. Set your eyes upon these things. If there's something wrong that needs to be corrected, at least you then know. I think we need to get back to paper ballots, no more machines, IDs, and one day voting. Folks, we can make it happen, and it's in your hands, and I'm asking you to take a look at it. That's the least you guys can do. I yield back the rest of my time.
Joni Shoemaker.
Morning, Board. As a wife of one of the candidates in the primary election, I saw firsthand some of the challenges people in our community were having with the voting system and were afraid their vote would not be counted. My husband, Jim, and I spent many hours talking with concerned citizens in the San Joaquin County. One huge concern was about voter integrity. which Jim has been alert to long before he decided to run. It's become far too easy for fraud to take place with mail-in ballots and drop boxes since there's no oversight. Why wasn't there a matching QR code for the ballot and envelope the machines could easily match and be counted? Fact is, the machines were made in a way to be easily corrupted from anywhere, and if anyone says not to worry or be concerned is foolish and possibly part of the problem. I applaud you, Supervisor Wynn, for initiating a voter integrity committee. Just wondering how long you expect it to take to organize that. Just a reminder, you all work for the people, and the people have already formed committees who have researched and found evidence that proves fraud. I urge you to stop using any type of voting machines and go to paper ballots, vote on one day, and do not use drop boxes. And we must use ID. No other way. It's been done before and works. The system is broken and must be fixed to build confidence in it once again. With all that has happened, I don't see how you could honestly certify this election at this time. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience like to speak? Okay. Madam Clerk, we have any comments online?
Thank you, Chairman Wynn. We do have a few comments that I'll read this morning. The first one was submitted by Sam, who writes, Board, I'm with the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. Do you want change? Do you want to actually fix our county? Do you care about the people you represent? You have the power in your hands to make a difference in our county. Stand up and say no more. Make the change in our county and fight back. No machines. Old or new machines, no. We need to go back to one day in-person voting. Listen to the people and help us fix the mess we are in. Help us help you make our county safe. The destruction is by design by those in power with money. They are the ones who may pay for the fraud to take place. They then control their elected puppets. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Vote by mail is safe and effective. It has been in place since the Civil War. Read some history books instead of Facebook posts. The next comment was submitted by Tom, who writes, BOS, I'm a member of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. We the people demand free and fair elections. You know and we know that there is fraud. Fix it. The next comment was submitted by Araceli, who writes, Good morning. I'm a member of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. This morning I'm writing to you to address the fraudulent elections in our county. Our county must stop using the machines. They are compromised and manipulated. Our county must stop using the drop boxes that thousands of mules have been paid to drop off bulk illegal ballots to. Fix the voter rolls. We have go back to one day in person and hand count voting. We want fair and free elections. This subject has been addressed in several meetings. Why is this not a priority? Listen to the people. The next comment was submitted by Lisa, who writes, BOS, I'm a member of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. Do you actually care to have honest elections? Have you all taken the time to follow all the evidence that's out on the corrupt elections? From the machines to the physical mules that are used to steal our elections? Audit the 2020 elections. We cannot move forward to 2022 without fixing 2020. Audit 2020, fix 2020. The current system in place is corrupt. Change it. The next comment was submitted by William, who writes, Good morning, Board. We need to get rid of the fraud voting machines, the drop boxes, etc. We know the voting system is corrupt. How many mules were used in SJC? How many votes were changed in the machines? How many dead people voted? We the people want honest elections. The next comment was submitted by Jessica Wagner, who writes, Good morning. I am commenting to express my dissatisfaction regarding the board's continued support for a state of emergency. When you commit to accept funding, it only furthers this farce impacting our communities. I would like to thank Board Member Wynn for being the only voice of reason to maintain that government buildings should only fly the American and state flags that represents us all equally. I would also like to comment on election integrity. It is clear that the county was not prepared for this primary. I went through the process of running as a candidate only to see for myself how unorganized the process was. Being called back after getting incorrect paperwork and later being charged late fees for paperwork I never received. I have serious concerns about this. Anyway, anyone could forego a ballot or vote in person without an ID. People collecting signatures for ballot initiatives can easily look up polling places and vote in person, having signatures to copy from. The This sounded far-fetched to the new director last month, but indeed there are individuals motivated to push their agenda. It is hard to have any faith in our government when even the local level we don't feel heard. The next comment was submitted by Gary Moore, who writes, "Hello, this is regard to the Hanson Road concerns. Even though traffic is reduced, the safety concerns have greatly risen. There is no concern for traffic laws or property. The speed of the traffic has increased along with semi-truck traffic along both Hanson Road and Von Sosten Road. The only way to correct this concern is close Hanson Road for the safety of the surrounding school and children walking along the neighborhood roads. Thanks." The next comment was submitted by Gregory Goring, who writes, "Please take action to protect election integrity by stopping the use of voting machines, which can easily be manipulated, and the use of drop boxes paid for by Mark Zuckerberg or otherwise that are part of mule operations submitting fake ballots that dilute the true votes of actual voters." The next comment was submitted by Ashley, who writes, "Board members, we demand free and honest elections. One day in-person paper ballots with ID. San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition member." Next comment was submitted by Robert Wilson, who writes, "Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm writing you today to encourage you in the strongest possible terms to change the way the county handles elections. It is unacceptable that it took 3.5 weeks to certify the June 7th, 2022 election. We need to revert to the same kind of proven procedures that the country of France uses, which used to be what we did. That would mean no voting by mail unless you have a legitimate reason for an absentee ballot. All voting will be in person on election day with an ID. No drop boxes, clean up the voter rolls, which are a mess, and no computers used. All ballots are cast on paper. If we took these simple steps, not only would fraud be drastically reduced, but we would actually get to hear some results at the end of the night. What a concept." Robert Wilson, Stockton. Jim Hicks writes, "We need to overhaul our elections process in so many ways, but let me elaborate on some. Number one, stop sending every registered voter a ballot. If they cherish the right to vote, they need to make the effort to go to a poll to vote or request an absentee ballot if they are unable to do so. According to the SJROV, 385,040 ballots were mailed and 92,314 returned, wasting 292,726. My very rough but conservative estimate is that each ballot costs about $4 to design, print, mail to the voter, and return it, wasting almost $1.2 million. Number two, stop using drop boxes and go back to in-person one-day voting in garages in your precinct with the voter ID required. Number three, clean up the voter rolls. Number four, machines should only tabulate the votes cast on a paper ballot at the precinct level and should have no capability of even being able to connect to the internet." The next comment was submitted by Kenneth Wheeler, who writes, "When considering voter integrity, we need to require voter ID, eliminate drop boxes, and go back to one-day voting, period. There's too much fraud in our elections. We need to make serious changes so that we, the people, votes can actually count." The next comment was submitted by Debbie Wheeler, who writes, "In light of the past election results, I'm begging the board to do something in regards to the corruption of the voting system. Please stop using the machines that have been compromised. Stop using the drop boxes that have proven, in fact on video, that people are dropping more than just their family's ballots. Stop using the poll pads, fix the voter rolls, go back to in-person one-day voting, and hand count, etc. The fraud is unbelievable. Please do the right thing by bringing back the integrity of our voting process so that we, the people, can have confidence in the elected officials that we actually voted for. Thank you." The next comment was submitted by Kylie Mahoney, who writes, Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm writing in light of recent information provided to constituents regarding the announcement of a Citizens Election Review Committee. While we all agree that transparency of the public is key to a fair election process, I do have concerns regarding the machines and lack of transparency surrounding this last primary. Many eyewitnesses saw multiple ballot dumps, 20-plus ballots, throughout the county on Election Day at various ballot boxes. One specific instance was right in front of the SJ County offices. How are we to confirm that these ballots were actually verified in the most fair way? How can we trust a process that states, quote, duplicates fed through a machine by hand, end quote, as the best practice for counting votes? We had a low turnout in this last primary election compared to past primaries. It was shocking to me to find that my vote was counted 3 days after my husband's when we turned them in on Election Day at the same time through the same process. Why would our batch have such a discrepancy? Why is it that the state of CA takes weeks to solidify a count when states like Florida and Texas can finalize in a single day? There's nothing safe and fair about extending voting periods. It only allows for more corruption to occur with bigger discrepancies. Please consider these questions before we head into November general election. Thanks. Kylie Mahoney, San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. The next comment was submitted by Wendy Tocini, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, as a person residing in San Joaquin County and specifically in the Lammersville neighborhood, I request that you reconsider the general county use of Hanson Road to cross Interstate 205. Your trial of Hanson Road as a one-way street has failed miserably. We are now less safe than before. Because Hanson is one way, we now have more semi-trucks and cars late for work at the industrial park, speeding down residential streets to get to Hanson Road. From there, they zip over the overpass on the wrong side of the road. There are cars and trucks traversing southbound in the northbound lane on Hanson Road several times a day. I can only presume they speed up going onto the wrong side of the street to get it over the overpass quickly, because they inevitably zoom the wrong way over the overpass. The overpass is a blind hill crossing over the I-205 freeway. The railings are very low. The potential for a head-on collision at the top of the freeway overpass spilling onto the freeway is huge. I assume when this horrific accident occurs, because it will occur, the parties sued will be those who ignored the community's repeated warnings and let this risky one-way setup continue. Those parties will most likely be the ones with big pockets: San Joaquin County, City of Tracy, and Prologis. The next comment was submitted by John Tocini, who writes, Dear San Joaquin Supervisors, I am a concerned homeowner and grandfather in Lammersville community. I have lived here for over 30 years and have seen the growth of the Prologis Industrial Park, changing the safe and peaceful nature of our neighborhood. Safety of our community roads should be the #1 priority of our county. The one-way Hanson Road solution only increases the dangerous conditions in our community. Daily, we see semi-trucks and commuter vehicles violating the one-way direction. Head-on collisions over the I-205 Hanson overpass are imminent. These accidents may include not only vehicles colliding on the overpass, but debris from this crash falling on the freeway below. Consider the liability brought upon the county from these accidents. As county supervisors, one of your duties is to look at all the evidence which shows the need to close Hanson Road. Allowing access for emergency vehicles is the best solution. Let the solution be safe, smart, and prevent human suffering or loss of life. Close Hanson Road. The next comment is submitted by Christina Silva, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I know you have probably heard this many times before, but Hanson Road needs to be closed at the 205 overpass. The money that has been spent on the failed attempt so far should have been better used on closing the road. The one-way attempt has only caused more problems and has made the neighborhood completed unsafe. At any time of day or night, you will find a car truck going the wrong way on the clearly marked wrong side of the road. If not a wrong-way driver, then we have warehouse workers speeding at ridiculous speeds down Hanson. With the amount of taxes that we pay to live on this street, surely the Board of Supervisors can listen to the community that deals with these problems day in and day out, and once and for all close Hanson Road. One-way roads and speed bumps have only made the situation worse. Please remove both of these failed options and close the road. Next comment is submitted by Tammy Merrill, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, the Lammersville Preservation Alliance and the vast majority of the residents in our community are not going away until Hanson Road is finally closed around the I-205 overpass. This is the only common sense solution to the dangers facing our residents, the commuters, and the semi-truck drivers. The building of the development just outside of our rural residential community still has about 70% to go. We are trying to get ahead of what could potentially be a fatal catastrophe. Have any of you board members come out to see what we are talking about? If you have, you surely can see what we have all been saying. If you haven't, please take a drive out from the development side over the overpass and see what we see. Please take extreme caution. There will likely be another vehicle going in the wrong direction towards you, and you won't be able to see them until you are at the top of the overpass on Hanson Road. We have proof of wrong-way drivers every single day and night. This is a simple solution for the safety of the people. Please close Hanson Road at the overpass. Next comment was submitted by Caitlin Merrill, who writes, Dear board members, I live on Hanson Road very near to the Von Sosten intersection. I watch many vehicles daily using the wrong side of the road to access either their homes or the industrial complex on the other side of the overpass. These southbound vehicles, which often use the shoulder and my driveway to avoid oncoming traffic, pose an extreme and immediate danger to my family, including my 2 children who just want to play in their front yard and walk safely down the small, quiet neighborhood road they live on. The one-way plan that was intended to ensure the safety of our neighborhood has in fact made it an even more perilous environment. The only solution that will work is to close Hanson to all vehicles at the overpass. This is the most cost-effective and logical solution to a very serious problem that has been made more dangerous by the one-way solution. I implore you to listen to the many voices of the residents here living this nightmare every day. I should never have to fear for my children's lives because of an irresponsible and ineffective measure imposed by the county and city I call home. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment was submitted by Terry Peterson, who writes, please close Hanson Road at the 205 overpass. We have lived on Hanson Road for over 20 years. It was a quiet country road when we moved here. After the Prologis warehouses were built, there was an extreme increase in traffic from trucks, warehouse workers, and commuters. A speed bump was put in front of our house. It did nothing to decrease traffic. Most cars and trucks would not slow down for the speed bump. When a loaded semi-truck went over the speed bump, it shook the entire house and rattled the windows. When an empty semi-truck went over the speed hump, it sounded like an explosion in front of our house. Changing Hanson Road to one-way traffic has significantly decreased the amount of traffic, and it is back to being a relatively quiet road again. We appreciate the Board of Supervisors making this change. However, without highway patrol, there are quite a few drivers every day who ignore the signs and blockades and drive the wrong way on Hanson Road, creating a serious traffic hazard. Closing Hanson Road to through traffic is the only way to keep the volume of traffic down and drivers from going the wrong way. If it is not possible to close Hanson Road, please keep it as a one-way road to reduce the volume of traffic. Thanks for helping with this serious issue that negatively impacts our quality of life. The next comment was submitted by Grant Cook, who writes, the evidence is overwhelming that our elections are no longer trustworthy, leading to a growing loss of confidence in our government. What can be done? This is actually a fairly easy question to answer. Return to in-person voting with paper ballots that are hand-counted in local precincts would be the clear choice. This traditional process did not take forever like our current process, since it occurred on one day and ensured that each voter was identified as a registered voter. Furthermore, this former election method was not prone to computer hacking methods that riddled current computer technology. Locally, the use of drop boxes for anyone to submit an unlimited number of ballots is an obvious mechanism for facilitating election fraud. This needs to stop. Thank you for working to restore voter confidence in the election process in San Joaquin County. The next comment was submitted by Mark Milliken, who writes, changing Hanson Road to one-way traffic has greatly improved the safety and well-being for the communities north of I-205. If it is possible to close Hanson Road at I-205, that would be a better option. Short of that, one-way option should remain in place permanently. The next comment was submitted by Jacqueline Shaw, who writes, on 7/10/2022, Jacqueline L. Shaw at iCloud.com responded by request of Carla H. for sjgov.org. In 2004, I was a poll inspector a third time. With a 2-hour state interview and deposition, we proved Rep. Bob Dornan won in Santa Ana, Orange County, California, of Joint Forces Training Base. It was by harvest balloting and immigrant abuse. By in-person balloting at poll centers, I told the immigrant that he did not show residency in this poll area. He complained that they took his ballot and told him to vote at my poll place or elsewhere. We had 3 Democrats, 2 Afro-USA and a USA Mexican PD, and 1 Republican. Please stop this abuse from happening again with flood of immigrants for 2 years at the California border. For now, we need to use the state DL with photo, same full last name, matching signature, same residency, and true party choice. Also, USB Alum California Magazine reported 2006 to avoid the electronic machines are subject to fraud by easily removing chips, and it was proven that fraud was part of Venezuelan elections, communist turnover. Also, only requests for absentee ballots are secure. Mailouts went to deceased and move-outs but were used fraudulently. Check info@judicialwatch.com for report and suggestions after proof of widespread fraud in registration, Los Angeles and across the nation. Stop drop boxes, which obviously have no verification. Tradition poll centers do, with training. Please read aloud these suggestions. Thank you, Jacqueline Shaw. The next comment was submitted by Mamta Jain, who writes, "Good morning, respected board members. My name is Mamta Jain. I am a pediatrician at SJGH. I would like to thank you for voting to invest in advancing mental health support for our county residents. As a pediatrician working for Child Welfare System, I've seen firsthand how the troubling events of today are taking a toll on our children. I am also a member of Child Death Review Team and have helplessly noticed that homicide and suicides continue to be a leading cause of death in our teens. As a pediatrician and mother, reducing death by gun violence is of paramount importance to me. While gun violence prevention would require a multifactorial approach, I would request you all to suggest to SJCOE and all school districts to look into this no-cost program. Sandy Hook Promises Say Something program teaches middle and high school students to recognize the warning signs of someone at risk of hurting themselves or others and how to say something to a trusted adult to get help. This proven life-saving program is available to schools nationwide at no cost, turning tragedy into transformation. Kids in our county deserve to learn, grow, and thrive in safe, secure, and nurturing environment, and are looking up to you all during these tough times. In honor of all those who have been the victim of gun violence, and with hope that our leaders will approach gun violence as a public health crisis, on behalf of kids." The next comment was submitted by Dale and Pat Brandeis, who writes, "We are residents of San Joaquin County living on Hanson Road near Tracy. The temporary one-way modifications of Hanson Road has reduced semi-truck and car traffic, but has created significant safety problems. Trucks and cars frequently drive the wrong way on Hanson Road, heading south over the I-205 overpass, creating the potential for head-on collisions. We urge the supervisors to remedy this situation by fully closing Hanson Road at the I-205 overpass while allowing emergency vehicle access only. Full closure is the only solution to mitigate the traffic impact in our neighborhood that has resulted from the Prologis development." The next comment was submitted by Tom Heckman, who writes, "Dear Board, all of you have been made very aware of the traffic safety issues that have been plaguing our Lammersville community for years now. We have clearly communicated to you that the implementation of the one-way 90-day trial on Hanson Road has not resolved our traffic safety issue and only made it worse, and have provided photo and video evidence to such. Najee Zarif has informed me that Public Works is scheduled to review the one-way with the board on July 26th and assured me that our community would receive a copy of the traffic study at least 2 weeks prior to that date, so we can review and prepare our comments and course of action accordingly. We do not expect any final decisions to be made by the board on this topic prior to that date, and without having this community's input. We've made it 100% clear to you that 1, we have been lied to as a community with respect to the impact that the Cordes Ranch Prologis development project would have on us. 2, we will pay the price for a mess that we did not create. And 3, we will not rest until our community's traffic safety issue is resolved. There's only one common sense resolution, and that is to close Hanson Road at around the I-205 overpass. There's no justification to keep it open. Do the right thing, protect our community, and close it. Respectfully, Tom Heckman." The next comment was submitted by Peter Moyer, who writes, "Regarding public safety in our community, today while walking near the Hanson and Von Sosten intersection, I noticed the county still has road closed signs held up with chunks of broken concrete. This eyesore is in front of million-dollar homes. Is the county that hard up for money? It's total blight. The one-way setup looks like something from a third world country. 2 weeks ago, the plastic road dividers were upgraded and changed. Why are you spending money on this uprights if they are being removed in 30 days? This one-way trial has been a fiasco. It's ugly as hell, and public safety has been destroyed. Turning in my driveway on 7/11/22, a speeder locked up his brakes and skidded to avoid hitting my truck with my family in it. It's about the 10th time my car or truck was almost wrecked by speeding commuters not paying attention to homeowners accessing their properties. Please note, somebody hit one of the concrete dividers again last Wednesday. I refuse to drive on the Hanson Road overpass because of speeding cars going the wrong way on the overpass. Pretty soon there will be a head-on wreck and a car will fall on the freeway and kill several people. It's time to listen to our community and protect public safety and save lives by closing Hanson Road. I remain Peter Moyer. The next comment was submitted by Sharon von Steenberg, who writes, Dear board members, I am respectfully submitting this comment regarding the Zuckerberg boxes which are currently being used in our county before the election. We must remove these and go back to one-day voting and voting on paper with IDs required to vote. We are losing our assurance of voter integrity with these boxes, and cheating is worse than ever before. Please, please, please carefully consider this request and make the decision to bring us back to truthfulness and honesty again. Our country must go back to these truths, so we are in trouble. Sincerely, Sharon von Steenberg. Next comment was submitted by Rhonda Prismich, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I am respectfully submitting this comment regarding the ballot drop boxes which are currently being used in our county prior to the election. We must remove these and go back to the one-day voting and voting on paper with IDs required to vote. Our votes are the foundation of a free America, and this is totally disgraceful. Please carefully consider my request and make the decision to bring you back to truthfulness and honesty in voting again. Our country must go back to these truths, or we are in a sinking ship with the communists taking over with the massive voting fraud. Rhonda Prismich. The next comment was submitted by Kevin von Steenberg, who writes, To the Honorable Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County, I understand during the last election in June 2022, there were over 1,000 mules operating here in San Joaquin County. This makes me very ill, knowing our election results was not a true representation of the people's voice. I beg you to consider stop using the drop boxes, poll pads, and clean up the voter rolls. Also, we need to go back to in-person, one-day voting and hand count. Sincerely, Kevin von Steenberg, Woodbridge, California, 95258. The next comment was submitted by Heather Corman, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I strongly urge you to take the right decision and close Hanson Road at the 205 overpass. This community has been here for over 60 years. While I understand growth, there was a clear disregard for the impact to this community. There has been a reduction in semi-truck traffic since the closure of Hanson Road to one-way. This has improved the quality of life and safety in the area. Opening Hanson Road would be catastrophic to our community and Lammersville Elementary School. Commuters, warehouse workers, and especially the truck drivers have no regard for driving laws. Please protect our children and close Hanson Road at the 205 overpass. The next comment was submitted by Jim Shoemaker, who writes, Good morning, Board. My comments concern voter integrity in the primary election. As one of the candidates on the ballot, and my concerns also for the other candidates that were on the ballot in San Joaquin County. I would like to say that this was the worst run, most unorganized, and easily corruptible voting system I've ever seen. Drop boxes proved to be easy target for fraud with no oversight. I know the staff tried their best to clean up this mess, but the fact is the ballots were hand counted and then processed and put into a machine. That alone tells you we do not need the machines. They could have hand counted all the ballots and gave us totals within one day. We still have not had clarification on how many ballots were mailed out in San Joaquin County, nor confirmation of how many ballots were returned by voters who were told they had already voted but had not. We have made voting so easy and so simple that no one votes as seen in this primary. We need to go back to the paper ballots, vote on one day, and hand count, no machines or drop boxes. This would help make fair elections that people have confidence in knowing their vote counts no matter what side you were on. I see no way you can certify this election with what we know has happened. We need our questions answered. The next comment was submitted by Vanny Dart, who writes, Board members, it saddened me to see some of your reactions from the last board meeting when our comments were read. Our community has been pleading with you for over a year to help us close off an overpass that has become dangerous and threatened the safety of our children and our lives. The one-way has reduced the traffic somewhat. Unfortunately, it created its own problems. We invite you board members to take a drive to our neighborhood coming from the south side via the warehouses. Perhaps you will understand why we keep sending you our comments asking for help. We should look into the qualitative way and not the quantitative approach. Please do the right thing and close off the Hanson overpass completely. You've already closed half of it for the last 6 months. Thank you, Vanny Dart. The next comment was submitted by Jennifer Gass, who writes, Fix the Blind Center. The blind deserve better. Members of Stockton Blind Alliance continue to ask for your help and support in making much-needed changes at Community Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, CCBVI, in Stockton. Years of negotiations with CCBVI have not helped. They will not listen. We want accountability, transparency, and appropriate responsiveness. We want assistance in getting a new qualified executive director, fresh blood in the board of directors, a new president of the board of directors, and removal of the current one from anything to do with the Blind Center. An independent audit and an investigation into CCBVI's misconduct, as well as genuine provisions for blind input and involvement in the Blind Center at all levels. Our 8th protest will be this Thursday, July 14th, 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. at CCBVI, 2453 Grand Canal Boulevard, Suite 5, Stockton, and marching via Da Vinci Drive to the corner of West March Lane and back. Please stand with us, hear our concerns, share your own and amplify blind voices for those critically challenged changes, and call for inclusion, justice, and better services for the blind of San Joaquin County. Please call 209-200-8589 or visit Stockton Blind Alliance on Facebook or Twitter. Thank you. Jennifer Gass, Miguel Mendez and family, Miguel Venegas, Lisa Rodriguez, Peggy Washington, Sonia Mendez, Elena Torres and family, David Vigil, Usani Hill, Denise Mendoza, Yvonne Allison, Eric Schultz, Ellen Clegg, Tammy Hudson, Joe Leone, Joga Singh, Shirley Rodriguez, Robert Cruz, Janet Tabora, Robert Cole, Janet Whitehouse, Douglas Vigil, Margaret Estevez, Ora Hill, Henry Hill, Angelo Mendoza, Lisa Vigil, Stephen Gass, Marcus Marcarius, Araceli, Venegas, Pat Ramsey, Arvon, Sophia Colon, Rosemary Schultz, Sandra Taylor, Christopher Pearson, Cliff Hicks, and others. The next comment was submitted by Molly Watkins, who writes, the current vote tally in this election shows more votes counted than votes voting in several races. The Board of Supervisors should not certify our primary election until the 34 material inconsistencies and discrepancies are addressed. Many voters of San Joaquin County are concerned with the validity of our election system. The faith in our government is based on every citizen's voice being heard through the ballot box. Voters need to be assured that their vote is being counted and that all votes are valid votes. The next comment was submitted by Alex Alaferis, who writes, the voting machines need to be banned. All machines in a 2007 New York Times article titled, Scientists Test Hack into Electronic Voting Machines in California and Elsewhere. According to computer security experts, the security must be built into the system. They hacked into the HART machines and other machines easy. Our cell phones can track us. Didn't hackers recently hack into Hunter Biden's cell phone, iCloud storage to access and download photos and videos? We can't replace one voting machine with another. It's time to go back to paper ballots with no voting machines. It will be hand counted. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Board, we the people who you represent demand change. We demand you change the current corrupt election process in our county. We need to remove the machines. No new machines. Remove the drop boxes. We demand one-day in-person paper ballots with ID. Did you watch 2,000 Mules? Have you followed many reports on the machines? Counties and states are decertifying elections. Just like with COVID, the fake news is not reporting it. The same people that control the fake news control the fake voting. Soros, Bloomberg, Zuckerberg, Gates, etc. It's all manipulated. Please wake up. The next comment was submitted by Dominic Julie, who writes, enclosed are public comments for the SJCF and WCD consent item number 1. Approve a memorandum of understanding with the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency for a combined assessment district to fund levee operations and maintenance and the local cost share for the Lower San Joaquin River Phase 1 project, and approve a consulting services agreement with Larson, Wurzel and Associates, Inc. for an amount not to exceed $714,933 for services related to formation of a benefit assessment district, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th districts. I submitted 250 of the words per the agenda and request that the entire written comment be included in the minutes. Honorable Supervisors, the Board should consider whether it is a good idea to continuate the levee and operations flood calm by including Lower San Joaquin River Project, LSJRP. Number one, the feasibility study for the LSJRP assessment should be reviewed before this combined assessment moves forward. A majority of the levees proposed to rehabilitate are eligible to participate in the DWR's Delta Levee Subventions and Special Projects programs. If $100 million were invested in the reclamation districts to participate in the DWR programs, significantly more benefit will be realized than if the Corps performs the work at an approximate 20-fold inflated cost. The state report indicates that SJAFCA completed an analysis to evaluate the feasibility of a benefit assessment to fund the LSJRP. 1. The Lerson-Wurzel proposal states that Willdan Services prepared a Greater Stockton Metro Project assessment feasibility analysis. Contrary to the Willdan SJAFCA's contract, this report has not been presented to the Board of SJAFCA or the public. SJAFCA staff recommended the joint combined assessment. The SJAFCA staff is primarily consultants, including the three receiving the $714,933 contract, if the Board approves this consent item. The public relations consultant, Kim Floyd, is the same consultant that advocated for the Smith Canal Assessment District to the largest votes in the assessment district. Public outreach is not supposed to be marketing to promote an assessment and distorting facts. See the enclosed 7/13/21 letter advocating for the Smith Canal assessment issued to the SJAFCA for more details on advocacy. And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes our public comments today.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, moving on to the minutes. Minutes for May 24th and June 21st. Any revisions, modifications, additions from the board?
Motion to approve.
All right. Vote. Adopted 4-0. Moving on to appointments, boards, and commissions. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Item 4.1, approve the appointment of positions to various board and commissions. I'll make that in the form of a motion. First one, Civil Service Commission, for Supervisor District Representative, one position, position number 2104. I'm going to recommend for appointment Carol Holbert. Commission on Aging, First Supervisory District Representative, one position, position number 2301. And recommend for appointment Gina Castellano. Category Large Representative, one position, position number 2306.1. And recommend for appointment Victor Bernsdorf. Economic Development Association, First Supervisory District Representative, one position, position number 2601. Recommend for appointment Aaron Edwards. Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, County Administrator Nominated Employee Representative, that's one position, position number 2703. And recommend for appointment Joanna Schick. Garden Acres Community Center Advisory Board, category of Low Income Representative, one position, position number 3002.2. Recommend for appointment David Martinez. Housing Authority Board, category tenant over 62 years of age, registered with the Housing Authority, that's one position, position number 3607. Recommend for appointment Prasanna Satini. Veterans Advisory Commission, category San Joaquin County Veteran Service Officer nominee, one position, position number 7106. Recommended for appointment Stanley Rapata. Workforce Development Board, category First Supervisory District Representative, one position, position number 7201. And recommend for appointment Julian Sepulveda or Vita. Category Adult Education and Literacy Representative, one position, position number 7206. And recommend for appointment Jeff Dundas or Dundas. And that's all, Chair.
Second.
A motion is second. Vote. And that's adopted 4-0. Thank you. Moving on to consent items. Anyone wishing to pull any consent items? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. I am without any to pull.
Okay. Supervisor Villapuja?
I'm good, thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman? Okay. All right, I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Consent items are adopted 4-0. All right, moving on to the Flood Control Water Conservation District. Recess the Supervisor Board meeting. Announced we will be meeting the Governing Board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. And I'll gavel that. We have as a consent item. Need a motion and a second.
I make a motion to approve.
I will second the motion.
Okay.
Any public comment needed, Chairman?
I don't believe so, but we can, if anybody wants to make any comment, we can open it up. Seeing none? All right. Vote. And again, adopted 4-0. Okay, adjourning the conservation, moving to the scheduled items, public hearing, Public Works. For consideration approval of the San Joaquin Area Flood Control District, Mosdale Tract Area Regional Urban Level of Flood Protection Development Impact Fee. Dr. Buckman.
Good morning, Chair Wynn and board members. As you mentioned, Chair Wynn, the item before you is a public hearing to consider approval of the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency's, or SJAFCA's, Mosdale Tract Flood Protection Development Impact Fee Update Nexus Study and related amended collection agreement. With me today to present some background is Seth Wurzel with Larson Wurzel Associates, who is SJAFCA's lead consultant on this effort. Mr. Wurzel?
Thank you, Director Buckman, Chair Wynn, members of the board. My name is Seth Wurzel with LWA. Our goal is to advance the, thank you very much for the, to advance the funding program for the Mosdale Tract area. We've been before the board for several related items. Today we're talking about one of the funding mechanisms, the Development Impact Fee. I've presented this table to the board in the past. We have a $270 million program for advancing urban level of flood protection for the Mosdale Tract. One of the components is the fee, and today this is the first step in a two-part process to implement the fee program. The current fee is in place. Back in 2021, we updated our financing plan and recommended an update to the impact fee. It's necessary to update the impact fee to be consistent with that financing plan. The key factors that are driving that updated need are the overall program costs. In 2021, we updated the program costs to reflect climate adaptation. In addition, a related item to this is the EIFD, which we presented to the board previously. The funding that the board would be that the county would be providing under the EIFD, is a reimbursement component to that, and now this updated Nexus study reflects that reimbursement component. In addition, there are updated development projections from when we first implemented the fee, and we wanted to incorporate that new allocation base for the properties that would be paying. Finally, another component of the update is compliance with a new impact fee law, AB 602. That's the reason that we're having a public hearing today. That new law required a hearing on the Nexus study, and that's why we've scheduled this. There are also additional substantive comment conditions within the Nexus study itself, and the Nexus study content has been updated to reflect those requirements. So after the board's consideration of the Nexus study and the public hearing, we would be back before the board to adopt a fee or request adoption of a fee ordinance and setting of the fee rates consistent with the Nexus study. So that would take place at a future meeting. The other part of the requested action today includes the approval of a collection agreement that's reflected in the resolution approving requested to approve the Nexus study, and I'll get into the collection agreement as well. The fee program boundary is reflected here. This is consistent with the EIFD boundary as well, and it reflects the area in the Mosdale Tract that benefits from 200-year flood protection. So the fee would be levied on all new development within this area. The ULOP project was, as identified in 2021 Adequate Progress Report, is inclusive of SJAFCA's climate adaptation policy. As I mentioned, the costs were updated in the 2018 study that was that's reflected of the current fee being levied today. The nominal project costs are about $176 million, and now the additional costs are related to climate adaptation. The fee-funded portion of that of the financing plan is shown here. It was $64.15 million in the 2018 study, and now the basis for the fee is $88.61 million. The difference between what was shown on the first table, the $57 million or $58.5 million noted on the first slide, and the $88.61, which is the basis for the fee, is an additional $30 million that's being reflected in the payments back to entities participating in the EIFD. And so that's really the collection of the fees after the project is complete. Those revenues that will be collected and levied on building permits that are pulled would be utilized to reimburse the participating agencies for their contributions in the EIFD. The other component of the update, as I mentioned earlier, was the development projections. This table here shows an increase in the amount of land that the fee would be levied on where new development would take place. The primary driver for these for the increase is just additional information and new projects that came online over the several years, and more research that we did with the community development departments in the cities of Manteca, Lathrop, and Stockton, and the county to reflect future development. Getting more into the incorporation of the EIFD payments, as we've mentioned to the board in the past in prior presentations, and when the board approved the infrastructure financing plan for the EIFD, we noted that the county would be contributing an additional 37% of tax increment in order, subject to a reimbursement from future levy impact fees. That repayment mechanism is now being incorporated into a collection agreement, which is before the board as part of this action today. The use of the fee revenues collected after 2029 would be prioritized payment back to the county for that additional 37% contribution. And then after that 37% contribution is paid back, then it would be split based on the amount of EIFD payments provided by each of the cities of Lathrop, Manteca, and Stockton in the county. And so that's what that $30 million in additional cost is reflective of. So this table here shows the changes in the fee rates. The fee will be levied or charged on a gross developable acreage basis. So the top chart shows the actual fee rates. Most developers want to understand, what's my fee cost per unit on a single family home. So what we've done here is on the bottom chart, we're showing the average fee rate on a per unit basis based on the density of development across the entire basin. A more dense development would have a lower cost per unit on a single family residential home, or a less dense development would have a higher cost, but this represents a demonstrative rate based on the average density of all development in the basin. So you can see the increases are across the board are about 15% for single family residential, multifamily and commercial. Industrial is a little bit less. We modified one of the factors in the study based on information we received back from the development community. There also was a significant increase in the density of industrial development. So on a per 1,000 square foot basis, you actually have a reduction in cost, but it's still a higher cost per acre. One of the requirements of AB 602 is that the fee be charged on a per unit basis. However, there's an allowance for exceptions. The exceptions are detailed in the Nexus study, and that provides the justification for continuing to charge the fee on a gross developable acreage basis. And those exceptions are noted in the resolution that's presented to the board today for approval of the Nexus study. The main driver for AB 602 was housing advocacy and being able to charge homes, smaller homes, less fee than larger homes because they have a lower burden on infrastructure services. In the context of flood control, we've demonstrated that it's actually better to charge it on a gross acre basis. It's higher density development. Smaller homes actually pay less on a per unit basis, as I mentioned earlier. With respect to the amended fee collection agreement between SJAFCA and the member land use agencies, the terms are primarily the same. Major difference is that EIFD fee payment incorporation. The timing of when this would become effective is when all of the other agencies adopt the fee ordinance, which would be effective 60 days after the adoption of an ordinance. So when the last agency adopts the fee, that's when the agreement would become effective. We plan to bring this back to the board and the councils and sometime in September of this year. I think that basically summarizes everything that we have in the staff report and the presentation. I would turn it back to the board for any questions and for the public hearing.
Thank you, Seth. Chair Nguyen, we recommend that the board receive public comment, then conclude the public hearing and consider adopting a resolution. Hang on just a sec.
Fritz.
We get that back up? Okay. Thank you. Approving the Nexus study and authorizing the Director of Public Works to execute an amended collection agreement with SJAFCA and its member land use agencies. And then assuming the board takes the recommended action, staff will return with an ordinance and resolution adopting the fee and setting the rates consistent with the approved Nexus study. That concludes our presentation. Mr. Wurzel and I are here to address any questions your board may have.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, all right, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this particular item? Mr. Elias? Did you want to make a comment or? Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Always nice to see you. All right, anyone? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. I need a motion from the board in regards to accepting the Nexus.
Chairman, I would make that motion as submitted and proposed be approved.
We'll second the motion.
Okay, please vote. Yeah, it's adopted 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to discussion in regards to general government, adopt ordinance adding Title IV Public Safety, Division 5, Chapter 2, protecting critical infrastructure. Miles.
Thank you. This is the board hearing to adopt the ordinance adding Title IV to Chapter 2, Protecting Critical Infrastructure, to the County Code of Ordinances. San Joaquin County is home to more than 400 miles of waterways, including 4 major rivers and tributaries that flow through the San Joaquin Delta. These waterways provide critical water supplies for urban and agricultural use, vital species habitats, and business and recreation for area visitors and residents. To protect our county's valuable waterways, it's imperative that the county keeps waterways free of trash, refuse, and biological and hazardous contaminants. Many of the county's waterways are lined with levees. These levees are critical to preventing dangerous flooding and erosion while allowing the natural water flows through the floodplain. To ensure that the levees continue to provide maximum benefit and protection, they must be regularly inspected and maintained. In addition to the levees, the county is also home to numerous critical infrastructure sites. Such sites include places and structures that are critical to the provision of public services and utilities. These include locations such as government buildings like the Sheriff's Office, County Jail, San Joaquin General Hospital, structures such as antennas, bridges, roads, drainage systems, and utility systems used such as computer networks, public utilities, electrical wires, pipelines, telecommunication centers, and water resources. The objective of this ordinance is to protect critical infrastructure, including the waterways and levees, by prohibiting camping or the use of camp paraphernalia at or within 25 feet of a critical infrastructure site. It would also prohibit the storing of personal property at or within 25 feet of a critical infrastructure site, and the release of debris, hazardous waste, infectious waste, or solid waste. The proposed ordinance will allow for the abatement of any violation with 24 hours notice, or the immediate abatement if the violation poses an imminent threat to public health or safety. I have conferred with the Sheriff's Office, and they do intend to continue to use the ERT processes for abatements of these actions. The objective of this ordinance is to protect specific structures and facilities identified as critical infrastructure, thereby protecting the public health and welfare of the residents of the county. It's not intended to be a method for addressing homelessness or dumping in San Joaquin. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, seeing none. Open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this particular item? State your name for the record, please.
As a citizen, and I live along the river, I've seen the problems that we've had. I've seen dig-ins. There's fire damage to the overpass at I-5 near my home. This is an important solution to a big problem that we have. I've taken Tom with me, I've taken McGill with me. We've seen some of the problems that occur, and I think this is a viable solution. I really hope we adopt this, and instead of wasting your time and getting up twice, the next thing that's coming up is something on a mooring ordinance. That kind of rings in with the same thing. I've seen where boats have come up my way, houseboats, large boats, and the sheriff hasn't had the tools to effectively deal with them, and then they sink from a bigger problem. So long story short, I'm in favor of both of these ordinances. And once again, I want to thank Tom, McGill for personally volunteering their time, seeing the importance of this. Tom's brought out his crane. He's helped remove several boats with me. McGill's been boots on the ground. These guys seen it. I'm sure you probably have in your districts. We need these. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any comments? Okay, thank you, Clerk of the Board. All right. Close the public hearing and back to the board for motion.
Chairman, if I put a request in, I'd like to comment that I know in our past, and thanks to Mr. Kelly and Ms. Glaves, our deputies that are here and those that are diligent, also I know that we've had our prior Public Works Director, as well as Mr. Buckman and others, talk about the risk for the infrastructure and what could potentially be a catastrophic situation with a levee breach. I think this is a public safety issue above all else. I will state for the record that this was discussed prior. I missed that meeting, but I'm extremely disappointed well, she's not here to defend herself or speak out, but one of the supervisors, Supervisor Miller, District 2, seemed to take this as an issue to make it a cause, as if we are being insensitive to homelessness and criminalizing homelessness, and this is nothing of the sort. That was a backhanded slap to this board and every single member, and the responsibility we have to safeguard the public and to carefully regard the safety and infrastructure as our responsibility. I'm very disappointed, which is not so shocking or surprising, in Supervisor Miller's behavior to try to make this as if it's an opportunity for her to score political points against any of us here. I think this is long overdue. I'm glad that this is brought forward and we have an opportunity to adopt what would essentially be safety measures for our community and our responsibility with our levee system. After Hurricane Katrina, I went to Louisiana and saw the devastation from levee breaches, one of which was predictable because it was seeping and the government, local government, was non-responsive when the levee pressures increased with the water swell from the hurricane. That exact levee, exactly where it was being reported would be a cause and concern, was exactly one of the breaches. Equally, another breach was caused by a boat that was not moored and ended up slamming into a levee repetitively during the storm and caused a second breach. Lives were lost, many portions of the community devastated, and the impact was horrendous. So I appreciate this opportunity for us to take on our responsibility, and I think it was a mistake for this to be politicized in any capacity, as if this was against those that might be living on the levee banks. This is a measure of safety and our responsibility. Thank you, Chairman.
Anyone else? Okay. Need a motion second?
So moved.
Second.
Adopted 4-0. Okay, moving on to ordinance amending Public Safety Division 4, Water Safety, Chapter 1, boating, mooring regulations, and houseboats and liveaboards. Mr. Miles.
Thank you. This is being brought forward at the request of the Sheriff's Department. In recent years, there's been a proliferation of vessels mooring and anchoring in the waterways of San Joaquin County outside of designated marinas and docks on a long-term and sometimes essentially permanent basis. Many of these vessels are improperly equipped and maintained. These vessels frequently leak fuel, oil, and other hazardous contaminants into the waterways, and/or the occupants frequently intentionally deposit hazardous contaminants, trash, refuse, and human waste into the waterways and surrounding lands, resulting in degradation of the waterways and surrounding environment and diminished enjoyment of the waterways by legitimate recreational boaters. Also, these vessels frequently present navigational hazards to other boaters. The proposed amendment will continue to allow for lawful mooring and docking of qualifying houseboats and liveaboards at properly permitted docks and marinas, but would limit the time during which houseboats and liveaboards can be anchored or moored outside of such facilities to a maximum of 30 consecutive days and a total of 45 days in any 90-day period. Houseboats and liveaboards being anchored or moored outside of the permitted docks and marinas in excess of the maximum allowed time would be required to be removed from the county, docked or moored at a permitted dock or marina, or removed from the water for a period of 30 days. The proposed amendments also impose similar requirements for vessels other than houseboats and liveaboards, but with an applicable 15-day maximum period of anchoring and mooring outside of marinas and dock facilities, and with a required 15-day period of removal prior to such vessels returning to the waterways. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Supervisor Patty.
Yes. County Council, through the chair, is there any precedent in what we're asking or looking at what's being asked of us today?
Yes, there are a number of the counties around us have adopted similar ordinances. I believe Contra Costa is very similar to this. Sacramento has a very restrictive ordinance that actually requires issuance of a permit from the sheriff's office for anchoring outside of moors or outside of docks or marinas.
Well, and that's actually to my point. What more could we do? I was told of Sacramento's, discussing this with another supervisor in Sacramento. They told me that they had that. Could we propose in today's discussion? Could we propose anything more prohibitive or a higher level of requirement before somebody's docking on our levees?
I believe this is consistent with what the Sheriff's Department was asking for. Certainly the board can impose something more. If you want to see something more consistent with Sacramento's ordinance, we'll be happy to bring that back at a later date.
But we would only be able to adopt what's being proposed now, or could we?
Well, this is the introduction and waive reading. So if you want to make changes to this ordinance, now is the time to make it. Mm-hmm. If you want to make a wholesale change and bring in an entirely new model like they have in Sacramento, yes, we would have to bring that back. Okay. Through the chair, I'd like to hear from perhaps some of those that are on our waterways and maybe any additional suggestions or amendments that might be more helpful to the situation out on the Delta, and perhaps any members from the public might want to hear as well.
I'm the captain of our Field Forces Division for the Sheriff's Office. Also oversee our boating safety unit, former member of the boating safety unit. So I'm pretty familiar with the program here and the issues in our county. Just kind of giving you an overall view of what we're working with as we work with our abandoned watercrafts and voluntary turn-in program through the SAVE grant. We have a great partnership with California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways for annual grant funding. We also partner with the county with your support, the board support, CEO support for matching funds to remove abandoned and derelict vessels and also dispose of voluntarily surrendered vessels properly. One of the issues that we've run into is the criminal aspect here with the ordinance. So in our existing ordinance, we've run into some issues of vagueness or not enough specificity in the ordinance when forwarding these cases to the DA's office. So we've done some research on this. We've met with the DA's office, our experts here in our unit, community members, and come up with a proposed solution to add some more specificity to the ordinance with the changes that you see for today. Our concern, or actually our goal, is to provide more regulation on vessels anchoring in locations for an extended period of time, but also leaving that window open for our recreational boaters. We don't want to make it restrictive for the general boating public. We want to address specific issues. With the suggestion that you offered, Mr. Patty, regarding the permits, the Sheriff's Office isn't necessarily asking folks to request permission or permits to anchor. We still encourage recreation of our hundreds of miles of waterway through recreational skiing, fishing, anchoring daily for certain things, but it's more the criminal aspect that we're basically up against now with the vagueness of the ordinance.
Okay. So a permit wouldn't really help avoid anything of any nature?
It may not. It's going to definitely increase our manpower to manage that. Yeah. But our goal isn't to permit necessarily. It's to give us more teeth in the ordinance to deal with the legal aspect of that.
Where did you come up with the 15 days? That's where it seems kind of, give somebody over 2 weeks, you can load, unload, you can do a lot of criminal activity at any given time, I mean, within hours, let alone days. Is the 15 days just a starting point, or would you rather see that down to a couple of days or 5 days? I'm just trying to think, what can we do to enhance everything? Is this exactly what you guys would like?
Sure. So the 15 days and the 30 days are in our existing ordinance. So the 15 days describes any vessel in general. Doesn't have to have sanitation devices or equipment on board like a 30-day mooring houseboat or liveaboard who generally does. So we've noticed in our experience throughout the Delta, we'll have houseboaters or certain groups that'll come out and anchor for a couple of weeks during the summertime. So by restricting their other vessels less than 15 days, is that vessel attached to it legally moored? Not necessarily. It's not in a permitted dock or a marina. So that gives that window for those folks to recreate. It also allows us to address smaller vessels that don't have sanitation devices within 15 days. So they have a 15-day maximum, then they need to leave.
Okay, so you feel this is pretty adequate as the starting point, really?
I do. Joe, do you have anything else to add?
No, absolutely. I agree with everything.
Okay, and that's fine. Again, maybe hear from Ms. Glaves, you know, that one of the strongest and most active voices for our Delta. So I don't know if anybody else has any other opinions, but thank you, Chair. That was a question I had of if this was adequate for what we think we need at this time, or any other additional measures we could discuss now.
Any other questions? I would just say that I always appreciate, whether it be the Sheriff's Department or the county departments, that, you know, we sit up here and deal with a lot of issues, but you're dealing with it on a daily basis. And the reason I say that is because I believe that when you come forward with a proposal, that you want exactly what you need to do your job. And I appreciate that. So again, I understand the permitting process. I understand the complexity of it, certainly the resources type thing. But it sounds to me, based upon what I'm reading the staff report and certainly what you said this morning, is that you probably have everything you need to really change, you know, some of the behavior that's occurring on our waterways and deal with it. And I'm sure as time goes on and this is in place, you'll be dealing with it. And if you need to modify it, we need to change it, I'm sure you'll come back and make those suggestions. So again, I want to thank you and the Sheriff certainly for your diligence and certainly your proactivity in regards to trying to address these problems, which, like I say, you deal with on a daily basis. We get it here, you know, in a meeting or a presentation, and that's about the extent. Somebody like Ms. Glaze obviously deals with it more personally than we do. So again, I want to thank you for your diligence in putting this proposal together. And I would ask, you know, for the Sheriff or Captain, for you to come back at some point in time and just give us an update on how it's working. And if there's any kind of adjustment we need to make it better, we can do it then. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, anybody else? All right, I open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak?
Good morning. Tracy Claves, San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch. This mooring ordinance is going to give them the tools that they need to address a growing problem that we've seen in our Delta. With good, you always comes bad. And one of their biggest challenges is throughout our Delta, a lot of our long, old-time marinas have changed ownership. And these new owners have come in with the intent to clean them up and to revive them. And with that, in their purchase, they have acquired multiple vessels that have been abandoned. They have back dockage that hasn't been paid. The people have walked away from them. California does not require any vessel owner to have insurance on their vessel, which is shocking. So if you're in a marina, most of the marinas, some of the older ones, not so much, you're required to have insurance. To get insurance, you have to have a vessel hauled out and surveyed. Well, a lot of these boats, they don't run. They're old wood boats. You can't pull them out. So the new marina owner only feels his only source is to put a lien on the boat, and then he auctions it off for $50, $100. Sells it to a guy. The guy has wonderful dreams. He's going to live in this marina. The marina owner says, get insurance. He can't get insurance. Literally, lines are cut. He's pushed out. There's no place for him to go. That boat eventually sinks, and then that burdens back onto the sheriff to remove those boats. During that time, they're dumping raw sewage, whatever else, victimizing environmentally our delta. So this is a wonderful tool that we need, extremely positive, and I would appreciate everything that you can do to get it passed so we can move forward, stop the victimization of our delta. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any online comments? All right, seeing none. Close the public hearing. Pleasure of the board.
Make a motion to approve.
We'll second it.
We're accepting. Is that correct?
The ordinance, yes.
Sorry, you're introducing and waive reading of the ordinance and authorizing staff to prepare a summary of the ordinance and authorizing the clerk to publish it, and agendizing the adoption for July 26th.
Exactly. Thank you.
Please vote. And it's adopted 4-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So moving on to comments, supervisory reports. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. A few things to report. Wednesday, this past June, we had the opportunity to host, thanks to our clerk of the board and through multiple efforts on the 6th floor and throughout the county, different departments. We had the Stockton Summer Youth Leadership Class here in the chambers. It was a very unique opportunity just to talk with a lot of bright minds, and you could see that these are our future leaders already expressing an interest to be involved integrally through our county. Also had an opportunity to attend the Manteca Chamber of Commerce meeting. Over at that was at St. Paul's Methodist Church. They have a pantry program over there, helping to meet local needs for those in the community, as we're seeing in many locations in faith-based organizations. And ironically, the next day I had a tour set up with the Harvest Food Bank in Manteca. They have noted, and they distribute to dozens, I think over 150 plus locations. They're distributing food for some of these faith-based and nonprofits to distribute throughout our county and even beyond. But they've noticed that the increase in demand, given the cost of living, inflation, cost of fuel, it has had an incredible impact, and so a lot of their demands have actually doubled. So they're working hard, very dedicated staff, and it's a very, very well-coordinated program helping out those throughout this county and, again, beyond. Had a unique opportunity, as always, to participate with the 4th of July parade, as many of us here did, throughout our county, and celebrate our great freedoms and liberties. I think 200 plus years we've established that the tea prices deservedly are lower, but of course we seem to be blundering with the cost of energy, so we may have to be a little more proactive in what we can do about that. So I appreciate the community showing up and the patriotism that we all had the opportunity to share on the July 4th. That's all. Thank you, Chairman.
Good, thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just real quick. July 4th, I mean, it was awesome to see so many families and friends out there enjoying the 4th and our Independence Day. I know myself, I was in the parade in Tracy, stopped by Mountain House, but like every city had something going. It just goes to show you how patriotic our communities are, and I appreciate that. I just love to see everybody out. Lastly, I know myself and Supervisor Wynn, or our chair, attended the San Joaquin Farm Bureau Federation 108th annual meeting, and I just want to say congratulations to all the students throughout San Joaquin County that were awarded scholarships. And I want to say a big thank you to Bruce Blodgett for his 31 years of dedication to the Farm Bureau and to San Joaquin County. And that's all, Chair.
Thank you. On that note, what the Farm Bureau's lost, the Delta Protection Commission has picked up on, so I've had an opportunity to be involved in that selection process. So August 8th is his reporting date at the Delta Protection Commission. Last week, we had a Dream Project tour with East Bay Mud and various reclamation and farmers, and that was a great opportunity to learn more about the Dream Project. And then the other part is we had a Delta Counties Coalition Water Summit 2 weeks ago, and had about 100 attendees. And we're able to talk about a variety of issues involving the Delta, certainly with the tunnel. And interesting, I think probably from my vantage point, one of the most interesting aspects of the was after the summit, a gentleman came up and showed me documentation on Delta louvers, and I'm going to do it now, but I know Director Buckman has been looking at that. Kind of a unique approach to the issues involving the Delta and salinity and fish and all those other things. So I've talked to several other individuals and knowledgeable, and we'll see how that comes out. Maybe we'll have an alternative approach to the tunnel at some time in the future for much less cost and much more efficiently. So with that, we are moving to closed session. Mr. Miles?
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
And then we will reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And Chair, can I ask Mr. Miles one question? Mr. Miles, real quick, I know Mr. Moyer was asking to agendize or requesting to agendize the Hoffman issue. And I know it's in my district, and we've been dealing with for months, or if not years, and well, since I've been on the board, I've been dealing with it. Is that possible to agendize that?
It should probably come through the department.
To the department?
Through the planning department, through community development.
Okay, I'll talk to them, and we can always, a board member can always do a letter.
Certainly.
All right, I'll talk with the planning on that. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Chair, for your patience.
Okay.
Also, Chairman, before we adjourn, isn't the 1:30 hearing, isn't that going to be suspended due to one of our supervisors not being here?
There's a request for a continuance, but it hasn't been presented to the board yet. So the board will have to take action on the request for continuance. And it's my understanding that the opponents will be here to speak, and they are in opposition to the continuance.
So we're obliged to be here for the for that discussion
at 1:30 to make a decision on whether to continue the matter or to hear it today.
Okay, so we have to do it no matter what. I got you. Okay, thank you.
Call the July 12th Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. We have an item. Jelly?
Request for a continuance on this item this afternoon to the date of July 26th. The applicant is here, and I believe a member of the public is here as well, opposing the project and opposing the continuance.
Okay. All right. So any questions from the board?
In order to do a continuance, Chairman, do we need a motion to continue?
Yeah, but before we do that, we need input from the public who's here or any others that want to speak on the issue. So if no questions from the board, I can ask whoever wants to speak on this issue one way or the other first. Those who are in favor of the continuance can speak.
Good afternoon. Rod Atterbury with the law firm of Newmiller and Beardsley, 509, oh gosh, no, we're not 509 West Weber anymore, 3121 March Lane. It's been that long since I've been in public and had to announce the location of our office. We are requesting the continuance. This was brought to our attention by the clerk of your board, as well as the planning department, that we had a member that was going to be absent today. As this was a critical issue that you guys spent a lot of years on, I drafted with Jennifer one of the first ordinances. It was a page and a half long when I got married out at Harmony Winelands, and now it's 20 some odd pages, and the entirety of this board is the board that approved and considered that ordinance, and I think it's extremely important for the community, for the county, that all members are present and all members be represented. I do, however, have spoken to at least a neighbor, and a neighbor is indicating the 26th will not work for them. I'm not proposed to object to the 26th. We'll find another date. Our clients are currently operating under the current ordinance. What they're asking for is something additional into what the ordinance allows, which requires a hearing to be had, which is why we were before the Planning Commission. And so now we're before you on appeal, and I just think it's critically important. I'm happy to waive any additional time frame to accommodate so the neighbors can be present. The first one was definitely my fault. I got sick. The entire family ended up with COVID, except me. But I was exposed and didn't think you needed to be treated to that. And so reached out the day of the meeting, and I do apologize for that short notice. Never in 20 some odd years of practice have I had to do that before you. And so I do apologize. But now you don't have a full board, and clerk pointed it out, and clerk asked, and I said, absolutely. Let's hold off if we can. With that, the action before you is continuance on our request brought to me by staff, and I'd request that you approve that, and I'm happy to work with any of the neighbors to find an appropriate date where all the members are present and all of the neighbors are present.
Any questions?
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Atterbury.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the continuance? Seeing none. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition to the continuance?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, John Moffett. I live at 150 East Hattie Road. I'm the neighbor directly to the east of Viaggio Winery. Here to argue today that we just don't think a continuance is necessary. The proponents have counsel here who, after 15 months of this item being pending, it was first filed in late April 2021, was revised in September, was heard in the Planning Commission in January. After that hearing was postponed by the proponents, the Planning Commission rejected it. It was appealed to this body. This will be the third postponement of this item in front of this body. Certainly appreciate the concept of all the supervisors being present, but as you folks know, your rules don't require all of the supervisors to be present to hear an appeal. You've got a quorum here today. We have many neighbors. I think it's important to also note that we are neighbors of this winery. It is not our business. It is not our main thing that we're focused on all the time. We have other lives, we have jobs, we have families, those sorts of things. And, you know, this will be the fourth extension of, hey, we're going to hear it today, no, we're not. And I think it's just, I ask for your consideration of the impact on the neighbors and their families and their work lives when we've got to plan things, take time off work, et cetera, to be here, and then it gets moved again. And so, again, ask for your denial of the continuance. Thank you.
A quick question, Mr. Moffett. We have a letter here in regards to this particular hearing, which is signed by 5 different families, neighbors, correct? Were these 5 families planning to testify or at least to present at the hearing itself?
I believe some of them were planning on calling in. I'm here in person today. They were going to call in from wherever they are.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
There will be folks on the phone. I apologize. I don't know.
And per Mr. Atterbury, were you one of the ones that couldn't be here on the 26th? Or is that someone else?
Both me and other neighbors would not be able to do that.
Okay, so if there were an agreement to postpone, what date would be available? The next following?
Would that be August 2nd, I believe?
So through the chair, the next date available would be August 9th or August 23rd.
The 9th, I suppose. Probably, you know.
The reason I asked that question, if the board decides to postpone, we need a set date for the next hearing. So I assume that the 9th, would that be?
You know, again, my argument today would be please don't continue this item, but if the supervisors are inclined to move in that direction, I think August 9th, date certain, so that everyone can plan, everyone can do what they need to do with their families and work and things like that, knowing that it's not going to get continued again would be helpful.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone else? Please state your name.
Members of the board, my name is Steve Malcoon. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Mayall Hurley, 2453 Grand Canal, Stockton, California. I'm here representing Mr. and Mrs. Hovatter, who live in close proximity to the site. I believe this is the 3rd or 4th request for a continuance. I'm not sure how many it is, but each time the request for a continuance has happened, it's happened almost at the last minute, which has caused my client expenses of preparation. Thank you. Which may or may not be a consideration. And while every consideration should be given to have a full hearing before all members of the board, since 1979, since I've been practicing in this county, there have been numerous times where decisions have been made by the board on land use applications where the full members of the board are not present, particularly in matters that have been appealed. And the only thing that I would request is that if this is going to be continued, and I get the sentiment that it is going to be continued, then this ought to be the last continuance request, and they either ought to perfect their appeal or withdraw their application. With that, I'll submit to the board's discretion, obviously.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Seeing none? No, thank you. All right, I'll leave it up to the board. Your pleasure. Oh, I'm sorry. Please state your name.
Hi, my name's Andrew Wilson, and I live at 22221 North Bender Road, Acampo, directly next to Viaggio. And just wondering, if this is such an important hearing, why are the owners not here? It seems to be an ongoing problem, absentee ownership and all the parties thrown at their place. They're not around to supervise, Anyway, I don't want to get into that, but this is like the third or fourth time you're considering postponing this. I've already had to miss work. When I miss work, nobody can do my job in my place. It costs me money, it costs me frustration. This seems to be going on and on. So I really think that we should hear the matter today. It's my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? All right. So pleasure of the board in regards to postponing the hearing until August 7th. 9th, I'm sorry, 9th.
I'll make a motion to postpone till August 9th. I think it's important. We have 5 supervisors.
I'll second.
Please vote. And that's adopted 4-0. So for the clerk of the board, that will be scheduled for August 9th.
That's correct.
Thank you. All right. Having that particular item and always finishing our closed session, I will adjourn the meeting until July 26th at 9 a.m. Thank you all. Gonna go put it in the microwave?
you.